Hi guys, it's Tao from Shine Bright Design, and we are doing, it's called I Vampari Le Sorelle. This is the name, it will be in the title. I basically butchered the title, sorry. But this is the piece that we're doing today, and I'm gonna basically go on a twin theme. I don't know what colors I'm gonna do, but I'm just gonna go with my instincts. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna start off with the face. As always, we are using Prismacolors because I always use Prismacolors in these books. I have used Faber Castell before, but if you want a Faber Castell tutorial on these books, please comment below and tell me. If you have any feedback or whatever, what do you want me to talk about, or what do you want to know about me and all that jazz, you know where to comment, hopefully. Or send me a message, I love it when you guys comment on my videos or ask me any questions. It's great to see you engage with me. So let me set myself up and we're gonna get started. Alright, so I always pick my colors on the spot. I never plan things, and you're just gonna come along the journey with me, and we're gonna make mistakes together, but we're gonna learn from them, we're gonna get through it. Or you're gonna watch me make mistakes and turn those mistakes into something amazing. Not amazing, but like I always say to you guys that, you should not be scared of coloring and being scared to make mistakes, because that is where you learn and that is where you solve those problems. So yeah. We are picking up light peach, and that is PC927. Now, let me just tell you where I am mentally so you know how this is gonna go. When I'm tired, when I'm going through something, or if life is busy, you will see it in my work. Today, I think I'm good. I kind of need this. This is going to be very therapeutic for me. It's been a crazy couple of days. Long weekend and whatnot. Anzac Day just passed. Yeah. This is therapy for me. It's calming me down. It's relaxing me. It's helping me focus on life and I guess reflect on what has happened. Life is good. Can't complain. But yeah. Alright, light peach 927. We are just going to do a quick base, a light application as well. Don't press too hard, and it is not scumming motion, but try not to go too streaky, being light. Because it's a light application, you barely see the stroke, but I'm using this light application as a base, and this base helps me build up that color in the skin. So the skin is for a vampire, and we say vampires have very pale skin. Do I want to do pale skin today? I'm not quite sure. Let's just see where it goes. I really don't like doing pale skin because I find that it's very, of course, because pale skin is very cold, because pale skin has a very cool tone to it. We might just give it a try. I'm happy to dive in and see where things take us. You guys see my other work. Sometimes I dive in, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes I'm just like, what the hell? But, let's just see where it goes. And, yeah. So, light peach, again, on the hands as well, guys. Don't forget this section here. This is the chest. I'm probably going to do a bit of cleavage here. Let me just draw in like a bosom line so I know. Why? Because I feel like it's too flat-chested, and I know back in the day when they wore dresses like this, it did push the boobies together. Yes, that is what I call breast boobies. But yes, let's just keep going with this even base. because it's a light application, you generally won't see the streaks later on anyway. We'll blend it out. Yeah, but we are definitely doing a twin theme. I feel that is where I am headed right now, because they look exactly the same. I guess with the illustrations, you know, that's her style. Of course the females are going to look very similar. But I don't want them to be, I guess I maybe want them to be sisters, maybe not twins, but they have to have very similar features, similar skin tones, and most probably similar hair. But we'll see what happens. Okay. I know you're scared because of the colors I'm picking. I'm scared too. Let's just see how it goes. And yes, I'm just gonna get a few colors just to help me. Okay. All right. I don't know what I'm doing, guys, but if this turns out, boom, that's a point for me. All right. I really don't know what I'm doing. Like, Jesus, take the wheel. Let's go. Get into this. Bam. Let's have some therapy and enjoy ourselves. Why not, huh, ladies? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. All right. I'm picking up grey lavender, and I feel like I want this around the highlight section. So I'm going to go near around the high cheekbones and give it that cool cheek tone. You can't see it now, but pray to God that this turns out you'll do this and you'll be happy with the results. That's why we always work in layers, guys. Because we work in thin layers, you can definitely see how things build, and you can definitely prevent it from looking bad. Oh, this is nice, yes. So this lavender color is very much building that contour section to the skin. And I'm just basing it off the movie Twilight, you know, and all those vampire type of movies. The females have very hollow cheeks, very, you know, very good jaw lines, very like hollow cheeks, you know, pointed noses. Yeah. You can definitely tell I'm not scared. I'm not scared to make mistakes, because for me, you learn from them. It makes you a better artist, in my opinion, by doing something or experimenting and seeing that it doesn't work. And a lot of you guys, I know that you guys photocopy the artworks out. I generally don't do that because I feel I like to have completed books. I have this goal where I want to finish these books and have a complete flip through of all the pieces that I've ever colored. That's my goal. I just think it would be quite amazing just to see a video on that. So that's why I've been doing a lot of these pieces lately. My goal is to finish one book. Alright. I'm going to pick up Seashell Pink, which is 1093. Now this is like a I guess, an ashy skin tone. I wouldn't call it a warm skin tone, but I'm basically laying this over the greyed lavender just to blend it out. But I'm not bringing it up to the highlight section, which is here. I'm avoiding that. In a sense, I'm creating that shadow. And we're just doing light applications again, just building it up. Now, I like to use colors that aren't just skin tone based. For example, these type of pinks and stuff, neutrals in skin tone, because obviously there are warm tones under the skin and I like to use them overall on top. I don't have formal training in coloring, but I guess that's what makes me so different, because I don't follow that theory because I've never learnt it. And the way you see my colors and selection of colors is because that's me not being influenced by art theory, if you get what I'm saying. I do want to learn and develop my skills over time. I do always try to learn more and more. But yeah, I kind of don't want to be too influenced when it comes to art practice. Of course, I'd like to learn basics so I can develop my skills and techniques. But yeah, you always see the artists that stand out are the ones who have unique techniques, you know. And I'm always learning. So yeah, as you can see, I was sculpting the face around the nose, whatnot. Because this is a very pale, cold skin type, it's not really going to be that warm as my other pieces. My other pieces you would see a lot of cold, warmer tones coming through. You can see it now, but it's really not that significant. You can't really see it appearing. I'm going to go in with some powder blue, which is 1087. What am I going to do with this? I haven't decided yet, but we're going to go in with the shadow areas and add this blue and see what happens. And I actually really like that. It's got a very nice cool tone and it kind of neutrals everything out. I'm going to put some powder blue here. And I'm going to try and blend it out. So some of you guys have asked me, do I prefer Prismacolors to Faber Castell? And really it's all up to personal preference and your reason of like the purpose of why you color. Is it for art? Is it for selling art? Is it for a hobby? You know, like all those aspects come into play when it comes to selection of pencils. For me, it's a hobby, but I do like to create art at the same time. So I do like high quality pencils. Now, I wouldn't consider Prismacolors really the top grade of a high quality pencil. I would see it as more of a hobby pencil, or even in between. I think Prismacolors are great when you're actually developing your skills in that sense. It's a great stepping stone, but I actually really love Faber Castells. I don't get a chance to use them much because a lot of you guys don't have Faber Castells, and I don't do tutorials with them often. In Hannah Carlson's, I do like to use Faber Castells. I haven't recently, but I do generally like to use Faber Castell in those tutorials. If you guys want tutorials in Jasmine Becket-Griffith's colouring books in Faber Castells, please comment below and tell me so I know. It's just a lot of you guys don't have all these colours, and every pencil palette is unique. So there are some colours that won't appear in other palettes. See, if you guys are noticing now at this point, there's a very cool grey ash tone to it. That's because we want that coolness. I'm going to actually, maybe I might neutral it out with some beige sienna. Even clay rose is a good color too, but we have beige sienna right now, and we're just going to go over the shadow points and blend it out. And then on the jawline, and over the purple, the lavender and the blue, and the chin. Try not to press too hard. This is light application, and you're more blending in with what there is existing. I'm going to go back in with this grade lavender. And I'm going to use this almost like blush. Okay, I'm gonna pick up some slate grey. This is scary, okay? I don't know how this is gonna turn out, but instinctively I'm picking this color up. Let's just see if I'm just having a trippy moment or just, I don't know. Let's just see. Small strokes, light application, guys. And we're using this as shadow. Don't press too hard. I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it at all. It's very intriguing. Very cool, very trippy. Let's just see how it goes. I want them to be beautiful. I don't know if that's going to happen. But anyway, grabbing light peach, which is 927. We're just going to do small circular motions now and blending all that together. You will notice the colors start to blend together. Yes, very good. I have a very juxtaposing, as I was saying, I have a very contrasting career. I'm a designer, I'm a graphic designer, and I do design work for accountants. And if you're an accountant, no offense, but accountants are very straightforward. They're very corporate style. It's not very artistic like what you see here. And I guess I get the best of both worlds doing what I do on YouTube and then what I do in real life. Whatever puts money on the dinner on the table, you know. But yes, my career is very contrasting to what I do here, and that's why I love coming home to this. I love coming home from that type of world and focusing on creating something beautiful. Okay, so what I've been doing is using small circular motions, right, to blend everything together and blending it out. And as you're blending it out, I want you to lift that pressure and kind of feather it out. See how it's still got a cool tone, but we haven't covered the whole thing yet. And that's because I wanted you to keep that application very light so it doesn't look too harsh. So, see how here it looks a lot smoother than here? We're going to do the same thing here and do small circular motions and blending everything out. So I'm hoping to do a Q&A video because a lot of people have asked about it. If you have any Q&A questions, please put Q&A and then your question, and then I will include it in that video segment. Those questions can be anything from where did I study, what did I study, when was I interested in art, have my parents always been supportive of art, and all that jazz, you know. Things like, would you consider doing other mediums, blah, 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 you know. So just so you guys know, I am no longer providing color charts. And those color charts are like the maps of these pictures, where I have the picture and I have the colors used in that picture. I stopped doing them because I didn't know whether people actually needed them or wanted them. It was kind of like a map to the piece of work. And I didn't know whether it was getting responses or not. So if you want those color charts, please go onto my Patreon and support me that way. It's only $1 a month, and in that you get early access to videos as well as color charts. I'm going to be trialing out Patreon for a month, seeing how people respond, and if it all goes well, I will continue with it. Also because I have this fear that the more I upload on YouTube, the more people can steal and claim as their own work. There is a massive fear in artists of that happening, and it happens quite a lot. You don't get the recognition that you deserve, and who knows, someone might have my artwork already up on their channel and claiming that is theirs. I wouldn't know unless my viewers who knew my artwork was like, no, you're stealing it, blah blah blah, and tell me so that I could report it. But it's so hard. It's so hard nowadays. Okay, getting that slate grey, I am adding a bit more shadow. Alright, so you can see the cool tone in the skin. I'm going to get some eggshell pink, which is 1093, and we are going to extend this color out a little. So I'm leaving the highlight section still quite clean and not layered as much. I'm just going to bring out this eggshell pink and then fade it out. Same with what I'm doing here as well. I'm going to go in with some light peach, which is 927. We're going to go over lightly. I just don't want the skin to be too pale. I'm going to go in with a pink color, and this is Rose Beige, which is 1019. I'm just going to do like a blush color. So what I'm going to do is, my pressure is medium, and then I feather it out as it goes down. You see that? You feather it out. Same as what you'll do here. So you'll have a medium application, and then you feather it out. Same on this side. I'm putting this a bit on the nose as well, and then feathering it as well. Putting a bit of this beige rose under the hairline as well. Now, because I don't want to lighten the skin, I am actually going to use a colorless blender. I'm going to use it more on the colored sections rather than the white sections. So a colorless blender by Prismacolor, which is 1077, we are going to do in small circular motions and burnish and blend. And then once you get closer to the highlight sections, I want you to feather it out because I may fill it with white. So as you get to here, I actually want you to feather it out and not burnish it. because if you watch my my blending tutorial, you will know that when you use white, you actually do lift the pigment. You make it more like a pastel color. So in this instance, I don't want to make it too pastel-y. I actually want that skin tone. But with the combination of colors that we've used so far, it really does give a cool tone to the skin, which is very cool and very interesting. So remember, you're burnishing at where the colors are so you can blend them together. But as you get to the highlight sections, which is where the white would be, you have to lift your application pressure and go from a medium to a light. So I'm going to show you with this face. I'm going to grab a white, clean it a little. Now the way to clean it is just get a clean piece of scrap paper and just scribble it, so any adhering pigment that was previously used, like as a white or an orange, will be clean from the pencil, and that way it doesn't contaminate the color you have laid down. Or you can sharpen it. I've done both. Anyway, so where the highlight section is, which is around the cheek, circular motions again, where it is the whitest, and then working out towards the color. Because you know Prismacolors are wax based, they push and pull very easily. So you should be careful when you are using white, because you don't want it to pick up any existing color. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going with the white sections and I'm blending it out. I'm doing it on the nose as well, and then on the chin. Try to keep the pencil clean as possible and check it every time you lay it down, in particular when you get closer to the darker colors, because there's no way you want a bit of blue near the eye when it's not supposed to be there, you know. And then here on the eyebrow, circular motions. And then when you start coming towards the color, lift the pressure and go from a medium or a heavy to a light. And that way you can blend it off later again. See, it's got this very blurry effect, and that's because of the white. Because the white kind of like pushes and pulls pigment. Where the Prismacolor kind of blends everything together, and that's where we're going to go back in with the Prismacolor Colors pencil, which is 1077, and actually just blend between the colors and the white. Be careful when you go near the eyelashes as well. The Colors blender may pick it up. That all, when using colors pencil, that all really depends on the paper and the printing quality. There we go, that is the skin of one vampire. Now we're going to do the same thing on the other sister. I'm just doing the faces for now. So getting your colorless blender, which is 1077, we're just going to do small circular motions and blend those colors together. And once you get closer to the highlight section, lift that pressure amount. And then what I'm doing, I normally tell you guys to do some scumming method, but today I'm doing directional strokes. And I'm doing it because I want to shape the face with the colors that I've already laid down. I know if I did a scumming method it would look more seamless, but today I just don't feel like doing it. And I'm always open to teaching you guys different techniques and how to apply things, so you guys can get the best of both worlds and kind of like test out different techniques and see what is better suited to you. Yeah, so when you go near the eyelashes or anywhere over ink, when you're going across it, be extra careful because you could pick up that black pigment and run it across the skin, which you don't want. Now I'm going across the bridge of the nose, and as I'm getting to the white, I am lifting that pressure amount. And now I'm getting back into the colour here near the eyebrow, the brow bone, and I'm blending those colours together. I'm doing the same thing here near the forehead, and then lifting that pressure, lifting that pressure. Look how smooth that skin is. It's so, I'm in love. I'm loving this a lot. Now I'm getting in with the white, and I'm going in with the lighter sections here on the cheekbones. Circular motions with this one because it is white, and then moving it from the center, working its way out into the burnished already sections, and then blending those colors together. Same here. Working your way out and blending it. You can definitely, if you look closer on the pigment, you will see the empty grains. And you'll know what I'm talking about. And then eventually when you burnish, right, you're going to have very smooth, almost shiny like paper. Going here on the eyelid and working my way out. And then here on the forehead, circular motions, working my way out again. And then here, which is near the brow bone. And then working from the chest, working my way out. And again at the chest, working my way into the bosom. I called it bosom this time, guys. Yes, I have many names for parts of your body and whatnot. I guess you do too. What do you call bosoms? Boobies, breastises. You know, people have different names for them. I'm thinking of adding a bit of a pink here. So now I'm going to pick up that beige sienna. Kind of add a bit more here. Please note that when you burnish, it's very hard for you to work with more layers. So I'm going in with rosy beige, which is 1019, and trying to add that warmth in the skin. And then back in with that slate grey, which is 936, and kind of giving you that cleavage look. Now I'm trying to add some shadow, which would be under the cape. Even on both sides as well. Now I'm going to go in with a colors blender and blend that out. And that's the skin so far. I actually really like this. I'm going to work towards the hands as well and maybe fix this up here. I'm not quite happy. I'm going to grab the beige sienna. And I'm going to probably extend from here the shadows. Now I'm going to get the white and blend out. And the colors blender. And blend that out as well. Now with the skin, I feel like it's lacking a lot of warmth, so I'm going to put some pink in it. I'm getting the rosy beige, which is 1019, and I'm just going to extend this shadow over the slate grey. I'm not really in love with the way Jasmine Becket draws her fingers, but this isn't a realistic book. I'm just going to try and kind of look at my own hands and do shadow work. Now after that, I'm going to go in with the light peach and do an even shading over everything. Same with the hands here, going over everything, blending it. Going in with some light peach, which is 927. We're just going to blend out that rose beige that we laid down, and even that slate grey. Just blend it out. I'm going to get that eggshell pink, which is 1093. I'm just going to blend that out as well. Okay, so doing the hands, further down here, we are going to get a colourless pencil and blend. And then again, with what we do with the face, where it gets to the white sections, we just kind of like feather it out, but we're not going to burnish that section yet. We're going to do that with the white. So with this colourless pencil, we are just going to blend the darker colours. I want to go in with the white, which is 938, and I'm going to go into the white sections and burnish it out. And there's the skin. I'm actually really impressed with how this has turned out. Okay, so let me record the colours and then we'll move on. Okay, so we're going to do the hair. And okay. So I'm picking up slate grey, which is 936. And I actually might zoom in closer just to show you guys. Pixelating a little. Alright. So slate grey is 936. We're going from the top and fading it down. Sorry, I'm just going to zoom out. I didn't realize I was out of focus. So if you've watched my previous videos, we're basically going to do hair strokes like this. We do the same things here as well. Alright, so I'm sorry that I was out of focus. So basically, if you couldn't see it but you're listening, you're basically going to run hair strokes down. Right? But see here where it pinches? This is where it gets dark. So the way I work is I like the hair to have the lightness to be where it curves and the darkness to be where it kind of pinches. So I'm going to show you the exact same technique but here. I'm going to show you the fringe though. So what I want you to do is run that hair stroke up. If you just watch where I'm placing my lines, you'll kind of know where the slate grey starts from. Okay guys, we're back and picking out slate grey, which is 936. We're going to continue what we were doing previously. So creating small strokes to look like hair. So the shading method we are using currently is called directional strokes. And basically creating strokes to mimic hair, and the strokes kind of give the shape a certain flow. And one of the best things to do is have a sharp pencil. If I haven't talked about this sharpener in this video before, I always mention it in all my videos. This is the Derwent Superpoint handheld sharpener, and it's one of my favorite sharpeners. I use on all brands and I really recommend you guys to use it. Prismacolors are a really soft core pencil, and the Derwent Super Point is very gentle on this pencil. Obviously the harder the pencil core, the stronger the pencil is, but using it on a Prismacolor, I haven't seen any snappage at all. The only time a Prismacolor actually breaks at the core is when you sharpen it to a really fine point. And of course, putting any pressure on it, it does snap a little at the top. Not to the whole thing, but yeah, at the top. But I do recommend this sharpener to most of my viewers. I think it is amazing, and it is my favorite one. But it is a bit dearer than most sharpeners. Okay, continuing what we're doing. So again, yes, creating those directional strokes, we're going to just go with how the hair flows. I always continuously rotate my pencil so that it stops getting blunt, and as you rotate you work on the different edges, and eventually you're sort of going to almost sharpen the pencil in a smaller way. This method or this technique will just extend the use of the core of the sharpened tip. I'm going to go in with another colour, and this colour is Periwinkle, which is 1025. I've actually barely even used this pencil, so we'll see how this turns out on top of this slate grey. You know, it's actually quite nice. I really do like this combination. Same type of thing, you go over all the colours that you've laid down already, and then you extend that stroke. I feel like we're probably going to need a darker colour to go over the slate grey just to give it some contrast. But for now, let's just keep doing what we're doing. And we'll keep going from there. And I'll probably add a darker colour on top of this. Maybe a darker blue. Or even a dark grey. When you start noticing your pen's getting blunt, sharpen. I really love the combination of my skin that I've done on this piece with this hair. I think the slate grey and the blues really come out in the skin, And I'll probably mimic something very similar over here and maybe do purple hair. But yeah, the thing that is quite annoying is that I can't figure out whose hair belongs to who. So this is my guess, but you know, if you guys want to follow it, you can follow it. Or what you could do is this little curl here, the one that I'm indicating with my finger. This curl could be connected to the figure on the right, but I've decided to give it to the figure on the left. It really works with either. It's just up to personal preference. Right, continuing with Periwinkle, which is 1025. Just doing those directional strokes. And I don't know if you guys have been watching my other videos. I did mention in my last video that I am going to stop posting color charts on Facebook for all my pieces, and I'm going to provide them to my Patreon. So if you want to support me on Patreon, please click on the link above or in the link in the description box below. It's just $1 a month, and that includes early access to my videos as well as color charts. I'm just going to add more strokes here. I feel it's a bit too flat, and I want to give the illusion that there are hair strokes and that it's not flat. I love using directional strokes for hair. In my last piece, I think this will be posted after it, the Egyptian piece from this book, not this book but the other Jasmine Becket-Griffith's book, which is called A Fantasy Art Adventure. I did directional strokes in that character's hair as well, and it turned out really lovely, so that's why I'm using it in this one. Alright, moving on to the next colour. This colour is Blue Slate, which is 1024. Same thing again. We're not going to actually go over the dark bits, we're just going to start off where the periwinkle was and extend that again. I've been really contemplating whether I want to continue working with Prismacolors. All my tutorials are done in Prismacolor because I realize the majority of you guys have Prismacolors because they're so affordable and they're good enough. So I have been contemplating whether or not to get refills because they do open stock. But look, Prismacolors aren't my most loved, but I definitely can work with them for tutorials. And as you guys know, I've been raving on Caran d'Ache Pablos and Luminance pencils for ages, and I'm gonna get them one day. It's on my wish list that is ever growing, and that's on my wish list, so I want to get that definitely. The Caran d'Ache is in between a soft and a hard, So it's not hard as a Prismacolor, but it's not hard as a polychromos, but it's not soft as a Prismacolor. It's just in between. And I can kind of see it very similar to a Holbein's pencil. I have been considering Holbein's as well, but in my mind I don't want to have too many sets of pencils, just because I want to use them all and give them all the love they need. So I don't want pencils catching dust. So I am going to limit how many cases of pencils I own. So most probably I am not going to get another case of these Prismacolors. I'll probably get some refills, but I reckon these will last me a while. I'll probably get the refills of things that I use a lot, like a black and white. What I like about these pencils, because they're a wax-based pencil, it really pushes and pulls really easily, and when you're doing hair, it gives it a really cool effect. I noticed it when I was doing my last Jasmine Becket-Griffith piece, which is called Suana. I'll mention it in the description box below, or you can just comment below and ask me for the link. I'll provide it to you. But I really liked how Prismacolors just pull pigment, and it gives it that streaky effect, which is effective, which is really effective when you're doing hair. I plan to do another tutorial depending on how my blending tutorial goes. I may be doing a shading tutorial. If you guys would like to see a shading tutorial, please comment below or like this video, just so I know. I don't know what type of skill level you guys are at when you're watching my tutorials, but you know, if a shading tutorial is something that you would like to learn or like to watch first before starting any of my tutorials, that would be good to know as well. So I'm just going to zoom in. I want to show you guys something. Alright, see here how the strokes are darker. When you pick up a lighter color, and this is why I like using Prismacolors, and you run it across, you can actually see the darker color behind it. Because when you run it across, when you run a lighter color across something darker, it actually pulls the color with it, creating that stroke. And you can really see it on this side here, as it pulls the darker pigment down. Now we're going to go in with a lighter color, and this color is called Cloud Blue, which is 1023, and we're just going to run it across as well. Not much, just a little. Just continuing that directional stroke. Because it's lighter, you don't have to be so fussy now. you can just run it through the whole thing, like what I'm doing now, just running it through, because it's going to pull. Alright, now we're up to the burnishing part. I want to grab a dark colour. Alright, this is Espresso, which is 1099, and I mentioned before, let me just zoom out. I mentioned before I wanted some contrast on top of the slate grey, which is this first colour here. I feel like you need something a bit darker, so I'm choosing Espresso, which is basically a dark grey. So 1099, we're going to go on top here and just add that contrasting colour. I don't want you to go too heavy. With a light application we are going to do this, and with continuing that technique, directional strokes. And we're basically using this colour just to create contrast. I don't want to use blue, like a dark blue, because I feel like a grey colour would work better. And also this Espresso colour acts also like a shadow as well. So I'm going to soften it, as well as on top of those directional strokes. And remember, it is important that you keep your hands very light. I'm just going to use this Espresso colour to add shadow behind certain strokes, such as this hairpiece, because obviously it sits on top. Oh wait, okay, picking up your Espresso. Look, I'm looking at it now. I don't love it, but I think I can make it work. Espresso has more of a brown tone to it, and I was kind of annoyed at that because I actually do want it to be a cool tone because it is blue hair. But we are going to make it work, and I told you, sometimes in my tutorials we make mistakes, and we're going to make mistakes together, but I'm going to pull you through it, and we're going to get through this, because the main focus of my channel is that I'm trying to break you guys beyond that anxiety of colour, anxiety of making mistakes, and that idea that you need to be a perfectionist with your art. Yes, you should take care with your art and be loving and, you know, and nurturing with it. But at the same time, you shouldn't baby it. You will never develop if you baby it. You will never develop as an artist if you baby your artwork as well. So that's my philosophy, or my practice. You'll make mistakes and you're going to get through them, and you're going to be able to solve problems and whatnot without freaking out. Like me now, I'm seeing this Espresso colour on top of this blue and I'm like, don't know if I love it, but you know, we're going to make it work. I think with a lot of you guys, you have this major fear with colour. And for me, I don't have that fear because I don't baby my art. I just jump into it, and if I make a mistake, I have that mindset where I can fix it. And I guess that's a talent or a skill in itself, but it's something that has to be developed over time. And I think that comes with, when you're an artist, you kind of have to let go of yourself. And that's seen through the art, when you let go, when you have excellent colour choice, colour selection choices, your techniques and whatnot, like being able to let go of that fear and just jumping into it really helps your art develop. So yeah, don't be scared of colour. Just jump into it. And I think it's so much better if we allow ourselves to become problem solvers rather than just sitting back and freaking out or sitting back and being anxious over things, you know. Like, yeah, I'm working into this colour. Espresso isn't that bad. It does give a sense of contrast, and, you know, we can make it work. As long as you have a light hand, that's the thing. Okay. I'm grabbing white, which is 938, and we are going to, I'm actually grab a color blender as well. I don't really use color blenders in my tutorial, but I've been using them in my tutorial lately, and I think it's because one of the videos I filmed like last week was a blending tutorial, and I was using this color blender to like burnish and blend, and I really liked it because it didn't affect the color. It didn't dilute the pigmentation, and I really liked that, and I think that's why I want to use that today. So what I'm going to do is, with this white in the highlight sections here, we're going to burnish, but burnish not as in a sense like rubbing it like this. I want you to do directional strokes as well, because I want that white to pull pigment back and forth, mimicking that hair stroke look. And I want to run that white into the roots and darker bits of the hair. Being a waxy pencil, it really does pull and pick up pigment so easily. It's one of the good and bad things about Prismacolor. I don't love it, I don't hate it, you know, but it's something that you learn to work with. And I guess with every pencil brand, you need to learn and practice with the pencil in order to learn how to use it. Like, I have things in my art kit that I'm still like, I don't know how to use, and I'm practicing still. For example, I have Caran d'Ache pastel pencils, and I've been struggling using them, and it's honestly because I just need to practice a bit more. But once I, you know, get my pastel paper and have more time, I'll be able to practice that medium more. And I kind of want to walk away from pencil for a while. I kind of want to, like, of course I'm going to come back to pencil, but I kind of want to practice more with other mediums because I don't want to block myself in. And I think that's something that's really important, guys. Don't close yourself in when it comes to mediums. If you really truly want to be an overall artist or hobbyist or whatever, you should really open yourself up to other mediums. It will help you grow creatively, in my opinion. Okay, so, you know, with that white, doing directional strokes on those highlight sections. And what it really does is just pull pigment back and forth. But I don't want you to run that white into the darker bits too far because I want to use a colors blender. And I don't want to dilute the blue pigment that has been laid down. So that's why I'm not telling you guys to go all the way up into the darker bits. Just into the highlight sections. Now you get a colors blender. And this one is 1077. And you're basically going to do some burnishing, but you're going to do it in directional stroke, with the directional stroke method. And that's because I don't want these strokes to kind of blend together. I actually want these strokes to not like blend with the surrounding colors. I actually want to see those lines. And that's because it's hair. If it was anything else, I would do my normal scumming method. tell you guys to burnish with the colour. But I'm trying something new. I'm seeing how it goes with this colours blender. Look, I don't mind it. I'm not in love with it, but I don't mind this method. Alright, so that is the left hand character's hair. I'm going to record these colours and then move on. Hi guys, it's Tao from Shine Bright Design and we are back, and today we are going to do, obviously you're going to watch this all in one shot, but I'm filming this through sporadic days. Just because I don't have that much time to work on this in one go, so I work on it bits and bobs and I film them. So we're doing this second figure's skin. Now, what I have been doing is using colours that are in the skin to in the hair, and this what it does is it kind of emphasizes, or it really connects back with the skin tones that we've used. I'm really loving these skin tones. I'm actually quite happy with myself with these. Just jumped right in it and it worked out well. Okay, so we are doing more of a grape purple hairstyle, and I know these are sisters, but they have similar skin tones. Doesn't mean they have to have the same hair. So we are doing purple hair. So I'm picking out black grape, which is 996, and we're going to do the same type of thing what we did with the blue hair over here. We're going to have a sharp pencil and we're going to just run strokes down. Hi guys, back again, and we are doing this tutorial. Let me settle in. Alright, so continuing what we were doing, we are picking up black grape, which is 996. And we are continuing what we were doing previously, doing those hair-like strokes with a light application. I might try and zoom in a bit closer, make things a bit easier. I'm going to bring this dark colour a bit further down. A lot of the time with my work and my process is I start developing something and sometimes I take breaks from it, and when I come back to it, I reassess the situation or the aesthetics of the piece. And sometimes having that break is a really good thing. It helps me make the right decisions. And sometimes when you overwork pieces or overthink, you really ruin that piece of work when you overthink and when you overstress. So a lot of the time when I'm doing work, I'm trying to do it when I'm in a really good mindset. I try not to do work when I'm in a bad mindset, because I know it just ruins the piece anyway. So I've decided to do it a bit darker and carry it down more, because obviously the light is shining from here, and so because of that it's darker up here. I'm really glad that a lot of you guys are enjoying my tutorials. I've been getting a lot of good comments. I think yesterday my room tour went out and you guys really responded positively to it. You want to see my portfolio and my art supplies. I'm trying to figure out how I would shoot that in a very professional manner, but once I figure it out I will post something up. But yeah, I'm really glad you guys are enjoying the videos and everything. Even a couple of you guys are saying that my work is getting better and better, and it definitely is. Tutorials are getting better and better. I do have to apologize, like sometimes when I'm not in a good mindset, the tutorials get a bit crappy, in a sense that my mind is just not there to provide that tutorial, and I'm just coloring aimlessly or mindlessly, and sometimes it's like I'm in a trance. I'm in like an artistic trance, and you could consider it like an artistic trippy, like an artistic trip, where I'm not really giving that tutorial, and it's not what's concerning me at the moment. It's kind of like I'm just following with that emotion and I'm just doing the tutorial, which isn't good, because like the purpose of the video is the tutorial. But hopefully you guys do watch and follow at the same time. So I do apologize for that in the past. I will try and improve that in the future. You know, we all have our bad days and it really sometimes affects my art. But I really do try to be in a good mindset when I'm working. Yeah, so I'm going to really try and improve my tutorials for the future. And whenever I am doing one of these tutorials and I feel tired, drained or whatever, or my head's just not in it, I think I just might not do the tutorial. And in that case, some tutorials may come out later. The amount of videos that come out may be reduced as well. But you know, just keep in touch with me, see how I'm going. Check out my Instagram and check out the live feeds. So yeah, hopefully that's okay with you guys. Continue on with this black grape, which is 966. We are going to shade her little bun up here. I think it's a bun, I'm not quite sure. Okay, looking at this, I am going to continue dragging this hair down with this black grape. And the reason why is I just feel like there needs to be a bit more contrast. And you guys know that I don't plan my work. I don't plan my color schemes at all. I kind of go on that instinctive approach to my work. And looking at everything so far, I still don't know what colors I want to do. And I'm just going to just let my instincts decide when I get up to it. I feel like this piece will be very cold though. I have a very cold vampire type of feel. A lot of you guys did talking about my room tour video. I actually did show my face in it, which was new. Well, it wasn't new, but it was kind of like a rare occasion. And maybe it is a good thing showing your face once in a while. But you know, tutorials, you don't really need to see my face. But definitely if I'm vlogging or I'm talking about something, I will show my face. You know, just to give my channel a bit of a human feel. Like I know you see my hands, but you know, I guess facial expression is very important as well. But yeah, I think it's very funny how a lot of you guys say that I don't look like how I sound. And in that case, I'm actually curious, what type of person do I look like because of my voice? But yeah, it's interesting to know that. Okay, so I think that's enough of this black grape. We are going to move on to another colour. I haven't tested these colours together, so I'm just praying for the best. This is Palmer Violet, which is 1008. And we're just going to, same type of approach what we did with the blue hair. We're just going to run the strokes. Making sure your pencil is sharp. So I want to know what's going on with you guys, all you followers. I know I have a lot of followers who have followed me for a very long time from the beginning. And it's probably been like almost a year now since I started creating tutorials. And I just want to know, what are you guys up to? What are you colouring? Why are you colouring today? That is something that's probably very interesting today for me to ask you guys. What is your reason for colouring today? Are you stressed because of work? Are you going through something? Is this a therapy for you? I always feel like my channel is a community. In the sense that I feel a lot of everyone here sticks up for each other. Everyone here supports each other when it comes to their creative outlets. I think that's really lovely. Because a lot of the time people are very competitive, they don't want to share, they don't want to encourage. And that's not me as a person either. If I was that type of person, I definitely wouldn't be doing tutorials and just keeping these skills to myself. But it's true that in a sense that I feel like people who are in the colouring community, they're really encouraging. They're very open and they're sharing. They share their skills, they share their work with each other. They want to help each other and teach each other, which is really great. And I hope that you guys feel the same on my channel. So yeah. So when we're doing this, keep your layers really light, keep your application light, because we are building up those layers, so we don't want to burnish or flatten the paper too much. And when you start noticing the pencil go blunt, sharpen it. Or even just get a blade and sharpen it manually as well. Alright, so continuing with your strokes, just making sure your pencil is sharp. You're not pressing too hard either. And one of the great tips that I think I believe I repeat and say in most of my tutorials lately, or the past maybe 4 months, I've been telling you guys to rotate your pencil every few strokes. And what it does is, as you rotate, you're using different edges of the lead, and that way you're not using pointed blunt lead. You're actually rotating and using the sharper side. So I do make it my practice to always rotate. It's not something, if you don't do it, it's not a natural thing to do, but over time you're just going to rotate automatically. Like how I'm doing now, like, you see how I spin my fingers? It's just automatic for me. And this is what, like, when I'm even shading and doing a flat, like a even or a light layer of a flat color, I still rotate my pencil. It just, what it does is, one, your pencil's sharper, so your application is a lot smoother. And two, you're continuously using that core. You're not wasting it by just, you know, going one way and, you know, and making it blunt. The one thing I hate about pencils is that I hate wasting product, which is why I find as many methods as I can to extend the life of the core before I need to sharpen it. A few things I've mentioned in the past is a knife, your technique as well, and a good sharpener. Last thing you want is the point of your pencil to break all the time, you know. So exciting news, if you guys have been following my tutorials, you would know I would have mentioned that I'm getting knee surgery. And I booked that in, so that is locked in, and I'm getting surgery later on in the year. So who knows, I'll probably bring a colouring book to the hospital just to colour for a while. But exciting plans. I'm just excited to get back to my 100% self and have full mobility of my knee eventually. But that would be good. I want to run this color through here, because what it does, it allows different tones to build. I'm going to go in back with this black grape, which is 996, and I'm just going to add these strokes back in at the top here because it is darker. There's the spot up here. So when the area shrinks, you have to be extra careful because each stroke, you know, makes a difference. You can't be careless with your application as well when you're working in a smaller area. Here, it can be more forgiving. I apologize if I was out of frame, I just realized. As I said before, you know, like, doing the tutorial is another aspect of this film, as well as coloring, and the filming is another aspect. So it's like I'm doing two things at the same time, you know. And when you look at like professional makeup tutorials, like they have people filming while they're doing the tutorial. You know, there's two things going on at the same time, and obviously it can be challenging doing both. I'm going to extend this up a bit more here. Alright, moving on to the next colour, and the next colour is lilac, and that is 956. Just make sure you have a sharp pencil. I love this pencil sharpener. Have I mentioned it in this video? I'm not quite sure yet because I've done so many tutorials, I just don't know if I've mentioned it or not. Repeating again, this is the Derwent Superpoint sharpener, and I love it. It's my favorite. I use it on all my pencil brands, and it is just amazing. The blade is wonderful. It sharpens everything impeccably. And Prismacolors, if you're not aware, they're a soft core pencil. And that means that the core is very fragile. And this sharpener does not snap them. I've had a lot of issues where like pencil cores just break on me, and I have not experienced any of that with this sharpener. So I do encourage you guys to use the Derwent Super Point sharpener. It's a bit more expensive than other sharpeners, but it is very much worth the money. Okay, so getting lilac, which is 956. I hope this turns out well. I haven't tried the combination yet, but it looks really sweet. I like it. Doing those strokes again, running it up. Oh, I like this combination. I don't know what's wrong with me lately, but every time I say something, it just doesn't come out clearly. Like whatever is in my head just doesn't come out clearly, and I think I just need to slow down my speaking. And I think when I do that, I'll be able to, I'll be more, I'll communicate a lot better. But yes, I apologize. So getting this lilac color, we are going to do strokes. And I really like this combination. It's very nice. The other day I went into Officeworks, which is like our Australian Diplex or Australian Michaels, and I was thinking, do I bring my camera? I decided not to because I didn't think I would be great at vlogging that stuff. And for you people who are overseas, maybe looking at that stuff isn't as exciting, you know? So I decided not to. But like if I was to go to maybe an art store in Australia, one of those little ones, I don't know if you guys would enjoy looking at a vlog with that. I just love art stores. I know you guys do too. It's like going to a candy store for us. So again, when you're working in these smaller sections, every stroke counts. So you have to be very tactical and not bring it too close, because I have 2 more colors I need to add to this. And we're just going to keep building up those layers. You know, I always reflect on my life, and I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for the people I have in my life and the opportunities I have in my life. You know, I don't take it for granted. But yeah, I'm so lucky to be able to be practicing art, having a full-time job, and making money being creative. Haven't achieved my full dreams in a sense that I haven't been able to create art and make money out of art. That is the dream. But definitely like being creative as a career, it's still an achievement in itself, and that makes me happy. But look, I'm quite young. I don't really want to say how young I am, just in case you guys think I'm too young. But I am quite young. You can tell by the way I speak. You can tell by my approach to life sometimes, I guess. But yeah, I'm very grateful. And I know because I'm young, I'll eventually achieve my dreams. Even if I'm 50 and doing art finally and making money with it, that's fine, you know. There are other dreams, there are other aspects of my life that I have dreams for as well, like, you know, like being with someone, having a family, you know, having that future, whatnot. Like everyone has that dream, and that is, you know, that is something that I will hopefully achieve one day. So it's, the dream isn't only just to be an artist and make money through art, you know. And it's so great to have this channel because I know you guys believe in me and I know you guys support me. It's so great to have that from people, have that from strangers who don't know you on a personal level, but I guess through my channel you feel like you know me through a personal level. Like inviting you into these tutorials is like inviting you into my home, in a sense that this is my space where I feel comfortable. This is where I'm my most open, I guess, in a sense, because I'm sharing this aspect of myself. I'm gonna zoom out a little. I do invite you guys to check out my Patreon, which is on my YouTube channel. I have just started an account. Your support is, you know, I appreciate your support if you do subscribe to me. It starts from $1 to $10 to I think 20, because it does take a lot of time to create these tutorials. And a lot of you guys do appreciate that. And if you can, please subscribe to me and help me make this more beneficial to myself. Remember, with the smaller areas such as here, your color application is very strategic, because you're working in a smaller space. You need to be really careful, but don't get too anxious about it, you know. I really pushed myself with the skin this time and I'm seeing it pay off. And it's something that you guys need to develop also, and hopefully you'll develop it following my tutorials, that sense of instinct when it comes to colour application and placement of your application as well. It's a very instinctive approach when you're colouring or creating art. There's no, I guess it's not like you can follow instructions and place it in a specific area. It's very much still you guys learning where to place these strokes. So you can still follow these tutorials, but at the same time, not all of you will have the same outcome as my piece. But if you do my tutorials, please tag me. Please send it onto my email or something. I have an email, or even sending it on my Facebook page. Send me your pictures. I'd love to see them. I'd love to repost them on my Instagram or feature you on my YouTube channel just to show the great work. If you guys are doing it, please send them in. I will do a video dedicated completely to people doing my tutorials, because that's what my channel's about, you know. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this so far. Moving on to the next color. This color is Grey Lavender, which is 1026. Again, extending that stroke down. So when it comes to color selection, I just really go by eyesight. I kind of just pick colors by sight. I don't actually lay them down on paper first as a test. I just go right into it. And I think it's that lack of fear. I don't have that fear or anxiety, because I know that I can fix it, or I will fix it. I have that determination in a sense. And that's something that has to be developed over time. Definitely, guys. It's not something that you can pick up straight away. But even on my channel, you're gonna follow my tutorials with me, and I'll make a mistake, and maybe you'll make a mistake, or I will do a tutorial and I feel like, oh, let's go back into that and rework it, and we'll rework it together. But the thing is, like, we're doing it together, and you're on that journey with me. And I guess in the sense that I'm coaching you through it, you know. And eventually you won't need me to help you fix these mistakes. You will just do it, because you will develop. Sorry, my camera died and I just changed the battery, but now I'm just like, what was I talking about? I don't know, I forgot. Anyway, we're just gonna jump back into the tutorial. I forgot what train of thought I was on before I was interrupted by the battery dying. But going in with Grey Lavender, which is 1026, we are going to continue what we were doing previously and extending that hair stroke. But yeah, guys, if you are doing my tutorials, I would love to see what you've created. Please send me pictures, show me them. I would love to see them. I would love to feature them in a video, or just compile all your pictures together. It would just be amazing. Because I actually don't know if you guys actually follow these tutorials from start to finish. Because I never see you guys your finished pieces. So please send them to me. I would love to see them. Even if you're in, like, you have pieces that are inspired by what I do, please send them. Show me. I want to see. I want to see what aspects of it that you took inspiration from. Sorry, I didn't finish that sentence. But I want to see what was it that was inspired you. What is it that you learned? And if you're watching my videos, comment and say, and just say hi, say hey, you know. Because I didn't realize I have a lot of viewers who actually watch my videos, but you never say hi. And I encourage you guys. I wanna see your engagement. I love engaging with you guys. Go ahead. It makes my day. Again, being very strategic when you're working in small areas. Okay, let me sharpen my pencil. I just realized what's happened. I've made a mistake. Not a mistake, but I missed a bit. And I'm going to show you where. Sometimes we all make mistakes, you know. It's been a long day. Alright, I did miss this spot, which is right near the neck. And I'm just going to go in with black grape. And it's going to be a very dark area. Right? With a sharp pencil, just run the strokes down. It will be quite dark, just so you guys know. It's taken me a while to finish this piece. I've been quite busy and I've been tired, so it has taken me a while, and I just want to perfect everything. So I've taken my time doing this because I want to make sure I give you guys a good tutorial where I'm in a good frame of mind, if you get what I'm saying. Lilac, which is 956. We're just repeating what we're doing before. Sorry guys, I missed this out. You guys probably already did it, but I forgot. Silly me. But going in with grade lavender, I'm just gonna stroke. All right. So what I like to do, let me just zoom out. Oops. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Alright, so what I like to do is, with my final two colors, which is one, like, they're the light colors of either, it's an off-white or it's the white. What I like to do is, I like to run the strokes fully down, through the white, through the highlight, right? Because obviously your highlight isn't just pure white. This is an anime. I don't like to color in that anime aspect, like the anime technique. You get what I'm saying? Where it's just a block of white. I don't like that. This is hair strokes. I don't like that feel with these pieces or with my work. If I was doing anime, yeah, I'll do it with the whole just white. But because I'm clearly not doing an anime technique, it's not anime styled, we are going to run the color right through this highlight section. We're not going to color block it, we're just going to run strokes. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to give it that hair-like features. And we're just going to run everything down. Alright, going in with white. Make sure your white is clean. I've mentioned this to you guys a lot in the past. This white Prismacolor picks up lots of pigment. And that's because it's a wax-based pencil. It pulls and smudges very easily. Sharpening my pencil again. Yeah, I think I was talking about it earlier in this video. I'm definitely not going to get another box of Prismacolors, but I'll definitely probably get individual pieces, individual colors, sorry, and just replace them as they get shorter and shorter. But definitely when it comes to whole sets, I'm not going to get a whole set. So getting white, which is 938, we are just going to do strokes like this. And what that does is it allows some bits, let me zoom in. Oh. Excuse the slow zoom. What it does is it allows, if I do this stroke, it allows some bits to stay white. And then when I'm running over, say, this grade lavender, it pulls the grade lavender. Or it will pull the other purples that we've laid down. It will pull them down, and some aspects of the hair will be white and some will be purple, giving that hair-like stroke. Again, because I'm not after that anime effect. Now, looking at this shoulder, I don't like it. I'm just going to get this black grape extended up. You know why? It's because this area doesn't actually get that much light. So I am going to go in with this Parma Violet right through. And with the white, we're just going to smudge. Same what we're doing here. I went to Officeworks the other day, as I mentioned earlier, and I went and got some Posca pens. And if you guys don't have Posca pens, I really recommend you getting them. Look, a gel pen's not that bad, but I just like Posca pens. I think it's so nice because it's paint. It's got that paint look. And gel pen is finer, but Posca pens do have the finer ones as well. But what's your favorite white highlight product? Is it a marker? Is it a gel pen? Is it paint? Tell me below, because I would love to hear what you guys use, because I'm always up for learning new techniques and new approaches to things. So yeah, I'm open to trying new things. So tell me what you guys do. Okay, so let me zoom out because the next step is, sorry, I haven't zoomed in. See, when you're doing a tutorial, there's two aspects of this video. There's the tutorial aspect and there's the filming aspect. You know, going in with a colorless blender, which is 1077. Obviously you guys know I did the white at the highlight section, but I left here. I haven't burnished it either. So with this colorless pencil, we're gonna burnish, but we're gonna burnish in a strokey way. So I want you to just stroke over those pencils. And what you're gonna notice is that the grains are gonna eventually fill up. But because you're gonna stroke, it's gonna pull the pigment so it looks like hair. I don't want you guys to do circular scumming method because it blends it together smooth and seamlessly, and that's not the effect that we want. We actually want those strokes to be quite clear that they're hair strokes and that they're separate and that they're not blended together, because it is hair, and that's my technique. So eventually you're going to see these little paper grains like disappear. All right, let's finish the hair. So I'm going to go in with black grape, and the reason is that I'm going to kind of blend this a bit more. Using a colours blender helps me pull pigments together. Just gonna go a bit more here. Alright, so that is the hair. I'm going to do it here as well, just blending things down. Cool. Alright, so I'm also going to do the eyes while we're here. The eyes and the lips and the eyebrows. So the eyebrows for this video will be purple. I'm just going to flat colour. There's no need for hair strokes or whatever nonsense. So her eyebrows are so skinny anyway. And then I'm going to go in with dark slate, grey slate. Slate grey. Now, when it comes to vampires, if we are going to go through the sister thing, they don't have to be exactly identical. They just have to be similar. And if we're going to look at the whole Twilight thing, sisters doesn't have to mean they're actually blood related. They could just be part of the same coven. So sisters can be two different things. They have darkly beautiful eyes and long shimmering hair. This is what the description says. Darkly beautiful eyes. So we're going to go a dark red. Let's just see how I'm going to do this. I haven't quite figured it out, but we are going to do this. Alright. What I'm going to do is get a black Posca pen. Oops. Let's just do the red aspect first. We're going to go in with, what is this, Scarlet Lake. And then we're going to go in with a Tuscan red. If I can get Tuscan red. Yep, there you go. And we might pop in a bit of an orange. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a base of pumpkin orange, which is 1032. And you're going to think, what are you doing? This looks so weird. This doesn't work. But I'm following my instincts, guys. Hopefully my instincts are right today. Okay, going in with Scarlet Lake, which is 923. And then I'm going to go in with the Tuscan Red, which is 937. back in with the Scarlet Lake, which is 923. Just blending that Tuscan red out. Now back in with the pumpkin. Burnish with the pumpkin. Very cool. Alright. Going in with Scarlet Lake again. Tuscan red. Scarlet Lake. And then burnish with the pumpkin orange. Okay, cool. Now, with that black, this is a 5mm. You can go smaller. I recommend going smaller. I just don't have any small ones with me at the moment. Oh my gosh, I hope this looks good. Okay, this is a 3mm, and I'm going to put a dot at the center, and a line through the whole thing. Line through the whole thing. Oh, I hate how it does this. It's having to clean my Posca pen. I think I want to have to do this in layers. Yeah. And the way I'm going to get this saturated as much as I can with the white is I'm going just to dot it. Because I realised, because I went over with a black Posca pen, it's actually pulling the Posca pen colour out, and that's why it went a bit grey. And that's not what I want. So I'm going to dot it. Okay, so we have done the hair, we've done the eyes. I might finish off the eyes. I was having issues with it yesterday for some reason with these new Posca pens. So hopefully everything is fine now. Oops, apologies. I'm just going in with a Posca pen. This is a 0.7 mil one. It's probably the smallest one you can get, and I don't mind it. It appears, the way it applies, it appears like paint. But it's quite pigmented. That's what I like about it. It's like, it's very pigmented, it's very opaque, and it's one of the major reasons why I love it. I think the white is amazing in Posca pens. The black is good as well. It's not like a ink pen in the sense that it's not like it's gonna seep into the paper. It's actually sitting on top. And to check, yeah, it really does sit on top of everything. So honestly, I do really love Posca pens. I think they're amazing. So there's my eyes. Now let's go to close. I'm going to record some colors and then we'll move on as well. So we are doing the lips. And I'm going in with a blush pink. I'm just going to lay a base color to these lips. And you guys know me, I never plan things, so let's just see how this goes. And to be perfectly honest, I'm quite anxious of this piece. It's one of the first times where I'm kind of like, what colors do I use? And I think it's because I'm using a different skin tone, and I'm in unknown waters, you know, and that is what's making me be like this. I'm going in with Processed Red, and just so you know, Blush Pink was 9 to 8. That was just an even light application. Now I'm going in with Processed Red, and we're just going to do some back and forth strokes to create some shadow. Throughout my video in this tutorial, you might have heard clicking in the background. That was just my partner just doing work. We share the same study room. He just sits quietly in the back. So I hope that doesn't bother you much. It's just the situation that it's just the room that we're in, you know, like obviously you don't have 2 study rooms, you know, beats the, it's just too much then. But yeah, so he just sits, you know, in the background doing work, and I just do my tutorials, and we have that sense of peace. Okay, I'm going in with pomegranate, which is 195, and processed red was 994. And I'm making the lips quite reddish, like ruby reddish, because I do want that sense of vampire look, that glamorous feeling. I'm just shading and blending into that processed red, and then we're going to burnish. We're going to burnish with a light color, and that light color is Deco Pink, which is 1014. And we're just going to go in with a circular scumming method and just go in from the center all the way out, and that way you don't contaminate the light pigments, and we keep it quite blended on the outside. There we go. Now, I'm going to do some teeth. I'm also going to put some highlight on the nose, like this. Just very cutely. It's barely noticeable, but you know, I just like to do it. Let's zoom out. And now I'm going to do the I'm going to do the clothing, and the clothing the colors I'm going to use. Let me just think about the colors. We're going to go navy. Yes, I'm going to do a navy color. Alright, I'm going in with cobalt blue hue, which is 133, and we're going to do this dress first. Let me just zoom in just to show you. And this effect will be used on the cape of the other sister. So it's pretty basic, the first step. We're just going to go in with a sharp pencil and just color the background. I've done this pattern before. This pattern is very similar to Ossuary the Collector, and that was in another page from, I think, this book actually. And that's That's why I am quite familiar with this. I think I did a similar method with red and gold, but today we are going to do blue and silver. I know a lot of you guys, well not a lot of you guys, but some of you guys complain about the background noise. And I guess it's because the microphone in this camera is quite strong. It picks up all sound, from the computer running to the water running when someone's using the bathroom, or someone in the kitchen, which is pretty far away from this room. And I don't have the funds to create a soundproof room. But I promise you, if I get to that point, I will definitely invest in creating a soundproof room. And at the moment, with my humble, small little channel, that's really not on the plate right now. You know, like, obviously my channel's growing, and you know it's growing when you have to invest in things like 2 batteries, 2 SD cards, upgrading your computer, that type of stuff, better software and whatnot. That's it. I'm too lazy. Alright. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to make it work. Now, if you do not have the Finetech metallic palette, or any other, I guess, marker that sits on top, say metallic marker, or a Posca pen that's metallic, do not do this step. Continue to miss the little flower thing, leafy things. But if you do have those type of equipment, you can follow what I'm doing right now. And the reason why I'm warning you not to is because it'll make your life will be so much harder if you do color the leaves in the background. But it saves a lot of time if you have a marker that can sit on top of the paper rather than bleed into it. For example, Copic markers will not work with this with the leaf method. A opaque paint, a gouache or acrylic paint, anything like that. Now I'm going to go in with another color, and this color is violet blue, which is 933, and I'm going to create the shadows. So The sun is from here, so there would be shadow here. So I'm doing directional strokes here, guys, and I'm basically going in with a light application and building up that blue. I'm now going in with another color. Let me just readjust this. And this color is violet, which is 932. This is more like a purple blue. And I'm using this mainly for the shadow sections. I'm just gonna kind of like underpaint. If you followed my tutorials, I'm trying to use this purple to create more shadow rather than using a dark blue. And it gives it a different type of tone as well in the colouring. And this makes it a bit more interesting in my opinion. That's why I like using other colours besides blue when I'm colouring things. Alright, I'm going to go in with a lighter colour because I feel like the original blue we used is not light enough. I'm going to use a cloud blue, which is 1023, and the reason I'm using this is because we use it in the hair over here, and I'm trying to create connection between colours that are existing. Alright, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the lighter sections. Working from the lighter sections, I'm going to work my way out to the darker colours. Using the scumming method as well, guys. And what you're going to do is basically blend those colours out. And you're going to burnish at the same time as well. So just looking at this shoulder cap. You can see a bit of the purple come through. That gives it a bit of interest. That's what I love about using colours to create shadow. Alright, going in the lighter section, scumming method, circular motions, and working your way from the lightest part of this drawing out. Cool, let me zoom out. Just want to check how things look. Pretty cool. We're going to do the sleeve as well. So going in again, we're going to create this even layer with 133, which is cobalt blue hue, just with a light application, even back and forth strokes. Going in with violet purple. Going in with violet, which is 932, just creating that nice purple shadow. Okay, now going in with your cloud blue, we're going to burnish and blend. Circular motions. Alright, I'm going to record some colours and we'll move on. Okay guys, we are back. I'm going to take a break from the actual attire of these characters because I'm going through a mental block as to colour scheme. And you guys know that colours generally aren't difficult for me, but today it seems like it is. Anyway, so I think the best thing to do in this circumstance is to do the background. And then once I have the background done, I can kind of reassess the colour scheme in the palette. Alright, we're going to go in with a light colour, and this is grey green light, which is 289, and we're just going to go an even color across everything. So we're going to go even color across everything. I have this vision in my head and I'm thinking swampy, something swampy, yeah. Hi guys, I'm back with my tutorial, and as I said before, I am having a brain block with this color scheme, and I'm not quite sure where I want to go, but what I'm going to do is now I'm going to focus on the patterns on the cape and the dress. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Fine Tech watercolor palette, and I'm just going to do some colors on here, and there's not much instruction to it, but you guys can definitely follow along and watch. So I'm just strengthening these layers. I always like to have some type of metallic finish in some way on these pieces. So I'm going to pack this palette up, and we're going to do the dress. Don't ask me what we're gonna do, but I'm gonna figure it out. All right, moving on. So the way I do this is, if you've seen my my pencil box video, which is this thing, I just take a tray at a time, and because I just work in the same color palette, so I'm thinking purples, but not too purple. We might, maybe like a blue purple. Let me see. I'm just speaking out loud, guys, because honestly, I want you guys to be with me in the process and kind of see how I do it. Alright. How are we going to do this? Okay, let's go. Let's work. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to do an even layer of this violet, this Palmer Violet, which is 1008. And I just want to do an even layer. And we might do some underpainting here as well. Well, technically this is not underpainting anymore because I already laid down my first layer. We're going to do some layering with colors. I just want to zoom out just a little so I can get the whole dress in frame. There we go. So we're going to do the characters and then probably do the background. We'll probably work the background to complement the dresses and the girls. I I really don't want this piece to be completely purple and blue. We are going to mix it up. I'm going to try and do it in a very harmonious way. Haven't figured it out yet, but I will very soon. You guys know me, like, I go with the flow, and everything that I'm doing is really dependent on my mood because I don't plan, and I just let the motions take me on a journey. This is kind of like feeling through art, you know. You're in my mind. That's why I never plan anything when I'm doing an artwork. I just feel it, and I think it's a very instinctive thing, and as I said before, it's something that comes with experience and time. And with my history of like being creative my whole entire life, I have that instinct for color choice. I've created lots of styles of art in the past, and there's only a few that actually stick with me, but I do like to work with a lot of mediums because it's exciting and it's challenging. Okay, I'm going to get a red, and this red is Crimson Red, which is 924. We're using this as a to color or to shadow, because I don't want to use black, I don't want to use a dark purple, I want to use something interesting. So we are using a red. You see red in purple anyway, so it is fine. As you can see, I don't know what happened, but I kind of embossed the paper, and you can see this lighter line over here, which is very unfortunate, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Once you emboss something, scratch into a piece of paper, you can't really do anything about those grooves that you've created, so you just got to work with it, which is what I'm doing. Honestly, it's not something that people are going to know straight away, so it's not a big deal to me. I'm going to go in with black grape, and I'm going to use it to go over everything as well, and at the same time we're going to blend out that scarlet red. I'm doing directional strokes, and I'm doing this with a very light to medium application, mainly light, because we are going to build up quite a few layers on this piece. But yes, I was kind of questioning my philosophy to coloring. I do things quite quick, and I know that, and it's because I don't want to spend hours and hours on one piece, because I feel like you don't get to enjoy the coloring books as much if you take forever doing them. But then, because I'm doing that, I know that the quality of work can be reduced, because one, I'm reducing my amount of layers, and my time is kind of, it's not shortened, but I kind of give myself like a time of how long it should take me, or how many days it should take me to finish. I always do at least one piece a week. Just so you guys know, on Patreon I am going to put up options for me to color next from any book, and if that's, I'll give them titles and whatnot. But if you guys want me to do a certain piece, please comment below, or please vote on my Patreon, or please just send me a message with your request or whatever on Facebook or whatnot, or mainly like YouTube. I do respond more likely to YouTube. But yeah, like, it helps me by allowing you guys to choose what pieces I color. It gives me a challenge, and at the same time it also lets you guys be involved with the work, with the art, you know. In the past year, this is just some side chit chat talk. In the past year, I feel like I've grown as a person, and I've grown in my art. And I feel like that's really much reflected in my vlogging as well, in my channel. I know it's like a 4-hour vlog or whatever, but you know, I guess when you and me are watching this tutorial, you're following along, I kind of am inviting you into my personal space, my personal art space. And this is like a conversation between you and me or whatnot. It's like a unspoken conversation. But that's why I always encourage you guys, you know, comment, say hi, say what you're doing. If I brought a topic up that you want to say something about, you know, bring it up, you know. But yeah, I would love you guys to like connect with me on a personal level. This is a community. Like, my channel is a community in my eyes. Don't think that it's not. Don't feel like it's just a learning channel. It is both. It is a learning channel and it is a community. We here encourage each other and help each other overcome our artistic blocks and even our personal blocks. This is not like, it's not a place for coming from a point of view. If people want to share their hardships and whatnot, this is a place for sharing, yes, but it's not a place that we're going to help you address the situation. It is just a place to learn and just feel like there is someone there for you, you know. Obviously, you have real people in your life, like physical people you can talk to, and people who can help you do things, like address issues and talk to you and listen to you and give you that life advice, you know. Like I may be on here venting about how stressed I am with life and whatnot, but I also have people who I have in my life that I can turn to, talk to, go see, physically hold and touch, and help me. Yeah, even though this is a community, we're a community in spirit, we're here to give each other that support, but at the end of the day, don't forget the real people in your life, your family, your friends, you know. I think being confident in life and being happy in life really starts with your relationships, having those strong relationships. And if you don't have those relationships, you need to go and develop them. And there's no one stopping you but you. And in this past year, I feel like my relationships have improved so much, especially me and my family, me and my siblings. I should really mention this in a FAQ about me. I have 8 siblings. Am I 8? No, I have 7 siblings, including me. That's 8 kids, right? So I come from a big family, and when you come from a big family, there's a lot of dynamics in it. And I feel like I've really improved with my family. Our relationships have gotten so much better the past year, and it makes me really happy. It makes me so proud to have the siblings that I have, and the family that I have as well. So, you know, if you don't have those relationships, create them. If you feel like your relationships aren't working out, address them, you know. But yeah, for me, in my art philosophy, it really comes back to family. And my personality as well. It really comes back to my family culture. And I have great parents to thank for that. I really do. I have great parents. I could not be more proud to be anyone else's daughter. I really couldn't be any more proud. Because a lot of people, my family doesn't instill, my parents, they don't instill that money is everything, being successful, having money is what brings love. It's not. I know some family cultures, it's about making your family proud, and with that pride, it's about being successful, making money. But with my family, it's not that. Making money and being successful isn't what's going to make my parents proud. And I take that philosophy with my future children. Being a good child, being a good person, that is what a parent should be proud of. You know, when you see those videos of like people who watch their kids be generous and kind to strangers and others, it makes them proud of their children because they've taught them well. That is pride. You know, not money, not whether your son has a Lamborghini or a luxury supercar. That's not anything to be proud of. If you have anyone like that, you're sure they work hard to earn that money, but whether their child is a good person, that is what's important. You know, someone you're proud to call your child. And I hope my parents are proud to have me as their child. Because, you know, I feel like I have strong morals. Or if not, I feel like my morals, I try to adhere to my morals very, very well. Or very strongly. Sometimes you get lost because you're young and whatnot. But, you know, I try. So that's a bit of philosophy talk or personal talk from me. Anyway, so let's talk about what's been done. This is a very dark dress, and we're going to keep it quite dark because I wanted to contrast against the hair, so we're going to keep it very dark. So the colors we've used was, we used the Palmer Violet, which was the base. Then we did a shadow of the Scarlet Red. And then I went on top of that with Black Grape. And then I kind of blended that Black Grape out with Black Cherry. Now Black Cherry is 1078. And Black Grape is 996. Now I'm going in with the Black Cherry, which is 1078, and we're just going to keep blending out. And what I'm noticing is the red is quite dominant, and I kind of want to feather that out and kind of blend it. Obviously keep your layers very light as well. I'm trying to make it dark here around the waist, just to make it look like the waist is quite slim. So yeah, I have like 7 siblings. 4 boys, 4 girls, bigger than the Brady Bunch. Hell yeah, I know, it's crazy. But, you know, maybe that's why I think I'm quite mature. I'm not quite sure, but I feel like I am quite mature, and that's because I grew up with a lot of older characters in my life. Strong characters, you know. But yeah, that's me. Yeah. Be proud of where you came from. I know people on my channel here, we come from all walks of life, all cultures of family. And I know some of you guys may be a lot older than me. So what is your wisdom? You know, it's always nice. I think it would be nice for people who come on my channel, who read the comments, see those nice comments of wisdom, you know. Art is like this to me. Life is like this. Life throws you many challenges and it makes you stronger and whatnot. We all have a story to tell. You know? We all have a story to tell. And we all have something to give back. We all have a gift we can give each other. You know? That's my approach to people in my life. We all have a gift to leave with one another. Okay, I'm going to add a blue. And this blue is violet blue, which is 933. I'm going to use this as a shadow. I know we have the red, but I'm going to strengthen it. And by using this blue and red, one, we're going to link back to the eyes, we're going to link back to the dress. That's why I like to use colors for shadow, because it kind of lifts through the layers and it really connects with what you already got going on. That's what I think. That's why I do it. Yeah, I really like what I'm doing. I realize now, thinking about what I've said, that I do go on a bit of a spiel, which is so unfortunate. I guess that's when I'm like really into the discussion, into the thought, you know. And when you're in art, you're like relaxed and you're just like going with everything, you know. Alright, so as you can see with today's piece, I haven't been with today. Well, I guess I don't tell you guys like what day it is I'm working on this, or this is day 3, day 4. If you guys want to know, tell me, because then you know, like, oh, on day 2 you were kind of trippy, on day 3 you were kind of tired, you know. So I know, I don't know. It does take me a few days to do this tutorial because work and personal life, so my time is very much spread and dispersed, so I can't really work on this in one go. Trust me, the day I do is the day that I'm doing this full time, and when that happens I will be live streaming this shit. Like, oh sorry guys. I don't know if children watch this video. Can anyone tell me, like, if you're a child or you're under 18, please comment below, cause I don't know if I should be like censoring stuff. Maybe I should, just in case, but yeah, sorry guys. But like, you know, I want to do this live streamed one day eventually if I get the chance, and do that with you guys, because I know if I streamed live, people could be there in the video asking me questions, typing me stuff. I can see questions and I can answer them on video. Just like Debbie Williams, she does live streaming, and I think it's amazing. Like, she connects with people and whatnot, and it's like a community. That's the goal, that's the dream for me. Like, if I can do this long enough so I get traction, so that I can do this full time and that I can do live stream videos, I can do like filming in one section, one loop, without interruptions, without any sound going in the background, you know. Of course I'm gonna take breaks like every hour, because who can I could sit for 4 hours in color, yes, but like I choose not to, because I think my brain works better when I take breaks. So yeah, I'm doing directional strokes today because it's not skin and it's a dress. So the directional strokes is helping me create structure. It's helping me create dimension via the strokes. Oops. If I haven't mentioned this yet, this is the Derwent mechanical eraser. I love this. I think it's so amazing because it's like it's very precise, and it's mechanical. I like it. It's fancy. Derwent has the sharpener as well. I mentioned it earlier in the video, and their sharpeners and their erasers are really good. In terms of pencils, I haven't tried many of their products. When I was younger, I did, but I'm assuming that their products have very much evolved over time. And when I was younger, I didn't really love them. But now I can probably guess that they've evolved. They've gotten a lot better through the years. I'd really like to try out the Derwent Intense eventually, but you know, guys, art supplies are so expensive. You can't expect me to like fork out all that money for supplies that I may not use again, you know, unless I love it, you know. But when I love it, I know I love it. It's most of the time the things I buy for myself, like the pencil sets or the pen pastels or whatnot, I know I'm gonna love it because I've done my research. But at the same time, I have so much stuff I want to get my hands on. Every year I have like a whole list. And you know what? Last year I did a birthday haul. I might do another birthday haul for me. Like, happy birthday to me. Bam. Buy a bunch of products for myself. As a gift to me. Because I'm a good person. I'm a good girl, so I deserve it. But I might do that again. If you want to check out my birthday haul from last year, 2016, check it out. It's pretty cool. It's pretty, like, it's pretty full on. Like, there's a lot of products. I go hard or I go home, you know, like, I go big. And it's my birthday, so I'm like, you know. I like to splurge a little. Because I deserve it. And, you know, everyone works hard. And, you know, like, if you work hard, you should reward yourself in whatever means you can. And I have no children, so my expenses are for me and my future. You know, for me and my partner. But yeah. Which is why a lot of my expenses aren't going to, like, school fees and whatnot. So I can live a little. And the good thing about art supplies is that it does not expire. You can use that stuff for life. But when it comes to makeup, that makeup is another thing. Some of you peeps on this channel probably are into makeup too, because you always do contouring and all that stuff, like art and whatnot. Anyway, makeup expires, so that's an unfortunate thing. Makeup is expensive, you know, and it expires, so you can't have it for life. You could, but it wouldn't be hygienic. But art supplies, you buy it, you have it for life, you know, because you have it till you finish it, you know. There's no way that it's going to expire. It's made of products that last the test of time, you know, unless it dries, then you're screwed. But, you know, it's not going to expire, or it's not going to go stinky or whatnot, or get moldy, I hope. I don't know, but like pencils and pastels and paints and oil paints, that stuff isn't going to expire. Paints might if you let it dry, but, you know, that's really up to you. Okay, so I went in with that violet blue, built up those layers and whatnot, and I think we're ready to start burnishing up. So I actually might want to add another purple. I haven't decided what purple I want, and it's got to be a purple that kind of fits with this. Yes. No. Just so you guys know, I have my pencils to the side of me and I'm just looking. As you guys know, I always do things live, on film, on camera. I make mistakes on camera because I want you guys to know we're going to get through this together, guys. Don't worry. So I'm picking up violet, which is 932. And I kind of want to blend out this violet blue, and I'm going to blend it. Oh, let me sharpen this. I'm going to blend it out. And just so you know, my goal is to create contrast between this hair. Which is why this dress is so dark. I want this violet hair to just pop. And we pretty much have burnished this dark section. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to burnish it and I'm going to feather it out. Just a little up to, you know, up to the lighter sections. This is the one time a Prismacolor has not snapped on me. They're so soft, they just break. But fortunately for me, my case wasn't, when I purchased this Prismacolor set last year for my birthday, it wasn't that faulty, which was really good. But saying that, I probably won't buy another complete set. I'll just get just replacements for certain colors like white and black. I honestly think that's the only colors I'll ever replace. Everything else can just fade away. But the goal is to get three more pencil sets. That's the goal. That's what I'm saving for. That's the birthday present to myself. So I do want to do a giveaway. I do want to do probably a color giveaway because I have so many of their products in my possession, and I might give away one of their coloring books as well. I'm not quite sure whether I need to ask for permission, but maybe I will. But yes, I'm hoping to do a giveaway. If I can't give away colors and I'll just keep it for myself, I may do another thing. Maybe I'll give away a Finetech palette. Finetech palettes are amazing, and I know Finetech palettes are hard to get to, so I want to give away something that is affordable to me and something that's very easy to send and track. Of course, I'm going to send it out and track it because I've heard so many horror stories of YouTubers sending giveaways and then they get lost in mail or something happens. You know, and they don't have insurance on the mail, so you know that's like $100 worth, $100 or $200 worth down the drain. It's just so sad, you know. Loving this. Love this. Looks good. Looks so good. See how the blues and the reds are coming through, and like the blues and the reds really like reconnect with the eyes and whatnot. While I'm here, I'm gonna add some darkness to these eyes. By the way, needs some contrast. I'm getting violet, and I'm just gonna run it around the corner. While I'm here, I might do a bit of shadow on this eye with the violet. The violet is 932. Let's give some contrast. Look, it's you can't notice it. It's not a big deal, but me, little things just bug me. I just have to do it, or else I just stare at it and just you know, it annoys me. I guess it's the perfectionist in me. Yeah, I think that's alright. Very good, very cool. Now, let's burnish. Oh, I love this so much. It looks so good. I'm gonna go back in with that violet, which is 932. I'm gonna burnish this. Because it's in the sleeve, it's gonna be dark. Now, let's burnish, the fun part. Let me see if this works. We're just going to start off with small layers. Yeah, I like that. This color is called Blue Violet Lake, which is 1079. And now, this is where we do the circular scumming method. So, we're just going to burnish, but we're just going to do circular motions so we can burnish the colors together. And what you want to do is, eventually all the grain will just disappear. Because when you look closer to the paper, you will notice the grain. Now, I'm going to use Posca pens for these little checkered sections. And I'm going to do some experimenting, and you'll see very soon. Oh, I like that. So I want to thank you guys for watching my room tour video, and I had some really great comments on that video. I will do a portfolio piece video I have so many projects I need to do for my YouTube channel. I'll do a Patreon video so I can introduce you that I'm on Patreon. And I'll do a art supplies tour video of what I'm hiding where. I really need to organize my art supplies properly because it's just all over the room in different boxes and whatnot. I would really love, you guys have to tell me. I always post this on my Facebook channel. Make sure you follow my Facebook channel. I'll put the description box. There's always like a link or a link or description of what my channel is. But anyway, I've uploaded this video twice already, right? And the company is called Scrapbook, and they basically create a cupboard that stores art supplies and also is an art space or an art desk. I think it's absolutely beautiful. It's lovely. They have a desk like that too that stores and holds art supplies. I think that's amazing as well. But for me, I like designing my own room. The dream is to one day have an art studio like all those people with like the granite benches and the cupboards and the cabinets with art supplies designed for them. And oh, the day that happens, I would cry. But oh, that's the one day dream. But I love this room. This is my favorite art room so far. Last year's room was really shitty. Sorry for my language, but it was really dark and, you know, it wasn't mine. It wasn't my space, you know. This is my space. This is bigger as well. I have room to roll around in my computer chair. You know, I have like a computer section, have a work section, I've got a filming section, you know. This is great. And I have like 3 computers in this room and whatnot. Look at that. I really like this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a solvent. Sorry, I just had to get my solvent. Now I'm going to use a solvent because in one of my blending tutorial videos, one of you complained that I put too much solvent, and you are correct, because I did. By accident. So you guys know that you should dip your paintbrush into your solvent and glaze. Okay? Now I'm going to use Zest It because it's what I have on hand. Should really try and get more Gamsol. So this is Zest It. It smells like oranges. It's so potent and it is not pleasing to the nose. But it's not as bad as other white spirits. So I put up with it. I'm getting a watercolor brush, and this is my Faber Castell number 6 brush. And I'm going to dip. And I'm going to rub off the edge or the excess. You want to make sure there's no excess, right? Now, all you do is, let me zoom in. Oh, that color is amazing. We're just going to glaze. We're not rubbing or scrubbing, we're just glazing. And you probably can't tell the difference, but it does melt and blend things in a lot smoother. Just make sure that you're glazing and not just scrubbing and moving color around. when you start noticing that you're loosening up paper and it looks like it's like watercolor paint, that's when you're using too much and you're rubbing too much. You just want to glaze it. So you don't want to over wet it, because when you over wet it, you melt and you soften the pigment of the pencil too much. See, I used a bit too much there. And I could see it as well. So when you dip, always rub off excess and dip the excess off. And just glaze. You can even dab if you want. Whatever. Just don't damage the paper too much. I kind of dabbed here a bit more because of that mark, which really bugs me, which I'm going to have to fix later. Now I'm just going to keep glazing. And the great thing about solvents is that you put a solvent on it, let it dry, and within an hour or two, once it's completely dry, you can work on it again. But because this has been burnished, I probably can't. So if you guys have not followed my channel before, when you burnish the paper, it becomes almost unworkable. So that's why I always recommend burnishing at the very end. Blending at the very end too, but because I'm pretty much done with this dress, I'm just going to put like a metallic or a Posca pen on it. I can do this glazing because I don't intend to add any more colors. There you go. And that is my glazing. I'm going to fix this sleeve because it really annoys me. But I'm going to record the colors of the dress and then we'll move on. I'm just cleaning this Posca pen. Because what I'm noticing it does it, because it's a paint marker, it's actually picking up some of the pigment onto the Posca pen. So it starts to not become white. So I clean it every so often. So I'm just gonna glaze it on top. I'm not gonna press into the paper. And I think that's what it was. When I was pushing into the paper, I was picking up the pigment as if I was melting it with this paint marker. Alright, I'm going to do experimenting just to see if it looks better the way it is or with what I'm going to do next. Now, as previous as I said that because these are wax-based pencils, nothing really watery sticks to it. But since I placed down this Posca pen, let's just see if it sticks to it. If this doesn't work, I can just go on top with Posca pen again. It looks cool, and it definitely works on top of a Posca pen. But I'm not going to use a metallic finish on this, I don't think. I think I want to keep it white. Yes. I'm going to keep it white. Oh, no, I'm actually going to do it red. Yeah, change my mind. Yeah. So I'm going to go over this Posca pen in this metallic. You can keep it white if you want, but I want it to be red. Look how it just, it avoids it. Oh, that's so cool. Ah, guys, I've discovered a new technique. So it avoids the Prismacolor and it grabs onto the Posca pen. How cool is that? I'm so happy. I knew this would work. That's very cool. I really like that I've discovered this technique. I'll probably go back into those metallic areas and fix it up again with Posca marker, and then go on top again with metallic. Oh, just see how it just grabs. It just grabs onto that Posca pen. It doesn't even grab onto the Prismacolors. I've discovered how to make metallics work best on pencil. I'm so happy. And I can guess the white Posca pen just helps me also have a white base, which makes the color pop even further. So happy, guys. So happy. Amazing. I am happy. That looks good. I'm going to do the next thing. I'm going to redo those metallic areas that I touched on before. That turned out so good. Great. Alright. Posca pen. Get in my hand. Let's fix this. Alright. And the reason I'm doing this is so that it doesn't pull together, it will just sit on top of the Posca pen. Which is what wasn't really happening before, because the Prismacolor was causing it to pull. Because it's a wax-based pencil, it is water resistant. But this Posca pen will definitely help things. It will definitely help those shapes. Okay, so what I've done is, you've seen me go over everything in Posca pen. Now we're going to go on top with the metallics. So first off, I'm just going to go back into this section of the dress. I just put more Posca pen on it. And actually, I just did that. No, it's fine. And then I'm going to put this metallic red Posca pen onto it. And it should adhere, which it is. There we go. Cleaning the brush. Now, for this section, we are going to do blue. I might mix the type of blues that we have. So I might mix a bit of blue pearl and blue silver. I think I'm going to go a bit of blue silver. I'm going to use the blue silver on this dress and go on top of everything. And just see if it sticks. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Let me just zoom to this side as well. Then I'm going to zoom out. I'll probably do some shading on those areas just to make sure it stands out. But there we go. We got a bit of texture on the dresses and some contrast with this dress. I'm really happy how things are turning out. We're going to go do the background and then we'll move on from that. Alright, we're going to do some background. And I'm going to do it so that it relinks with the eyes and the dress. So, can you guess what color I'm doing? I'm doing red. Alright? So, I'm hoping everything's dry, but with a light hand, I'm going to get purple as well. I'm going to get some black grape, which is 996. I'm going to create the shadows here first, and then work my way up. Alright? Just there. Then I'm going to go in with Tuscan red. Just with a light hand, blend it up. I'm going in with crimson red. I'm going to go in with Scarlet Lake. I'm probably going to burnish here. Here in the arm. And then I'm going to burnish a little and then feather up. And then just lighten your pressure. I'm just doing a back and forth stroke with my pencil on its side. I'm just going to burnish at the beginning and then feather out.
Just burnishing in the beginning of your shadows and then feathering it out. And then I'm going to burnish with this magenta. I always do my backgrounds very quickly because I want the focus to be on the figures, not the background. Gotten some pink onto the hair. And I saved it with this mechanical eraser, which is why I love it so much. Okay, burnishing and blending in those colors. Same with here at the top. Alright, I'm going to get this black grape and just add some contrast here and then feather it out. Alright. Alright, I'm going to get my brush, dip it in zesset just at the tips, wipe off the excess, and then just glaze. There we go, and then we're going to do this area and the mouse or the rat, and then we'll move on. While I'm here, I might just colour in this rat's eye with magenta, or any ray will do. I'm just going to make a red eye just so it... There we go. Alright, let me show you what I'm doing, and this is really quick. We are going to create a sunset, but we're just going to do it with blue skies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this pen pastel in turquoise shade. Alright, now I'm going to go in with this ultramarine blue shade. Blend it down. Alright, now I'm going to go in with this Payne's Grey. back in with the ultramarine blue. There we go. I'm going to run this ultramarine blue over this turquoise colour as well. And then we're going to go on top of this in pencil. Okay guys, so with my eraser we are going to remove these pastels. going to go in with some indigo blue, which is 910. I'm just doing an even layer with this indigo blue. background with blue slate grey. Just emphasizing the shadows here. Not too much, just lightly. And then I'm going to bring this blue slate into the background as well. Just doing a light application of slate grey.
There we go. That's the background, and then we'll do the trees and then the frame, and then we'll be done. Let me just record these colors and we'll move on. Alright guys, we're back and we are just going to do the frame of this door, window, whatever it is. You know, we're just going to do that little bit. So I'm starting off with burnt ochre, which is 943, and I'm just going to do an even light coat of this color. Doing directional strokes because this is a wooden door frame, so there's no need to be all smooth and blendy. Right, I'm going to go in with some Tuscan red, and that is 937. I'm just going to create some shading. I'm going to go in with another color which is called Black Raspberry, which is 1095. It's going to create some shadows. Getting dark brown, which is 947, then do some little nicks in this frame. I'm going to go back in with burnt ochre, which is 943. Just adding an even layer. I'm going to go back in with the dark umber, which is 947. Sorry, I called it dark brown before, but it is dark umber. want to go in with the colour to burnish the whole thing, and I'm going in with cream, which is 914. Now I'm going to go back in with that dark umber and then add the texture back in. And that contrast between those lines. Okay, there's our wood. I'm going to record these colours and then we'll move on. Alright guys, we are going to do this feral little looking rat. It doesn't look pretty, but it's going to get done. Alright, we're picking up light umber, which is 941, and we're just going to do an even colour of everything. I really want this rat to be ugly, so I'm going to do like a, you know, those black sewer rats with red eyes. Rats that look, I want to make it look like a rat that's dirty, that's carrying disease and that type of thing. So I really want to give it that type of look, that furry, disgusting look. Hopefully I can do it. I hate doing animals. I just haven't got the hang of fur yet, and I've been practicing, but hopefully it turns out. So rats have small, short hair, so I'm just going to do little strokes in the light umber. Going in with another colour. This colour is called chocolate. I'm just going to sharpen it.
So I was online and I was looking at art supplies, and I was so tempted to buy a white luminance pencil just to try it out. And you know, it's always good to have like lots of white pencils in your kit anyway, so buying extra luminance pencils, even if I got a kit later on, wouldn't be that big of a deal. Anyway, I was so close to buying it, but I decided not to. But I've watched and read a lot of reviews, and the Caran d'Ache white, the Faber Castell white, and there's another Faber Castell white in the watercolour range, is apparently very good quality and one of the best. So those three are the best, which makes me want to buy Caran d'Ache pencils more, and not top up on my Prismacolors. I only use these to do tutorials because a wide range of you guys have these pencils. I'm gonna go in with sepia, which is 948. I'm just gonna go in with an even shade. So I'm just going in with some white strokes in 938. So I'm doing this to somewhat burnish the page with this light color. And what I'm going to do is go on top with the darker colors. That way, from here, if I add any more dark colors, it's fine. It's not going. I'm still gonna be able to have white. Alright, so I put in my white. Now I want to go in with sepia, which is 948. And just add that shadow between those whites. This looks like a very hairy mouse. I'm going to go in with another colour, and that colour is black, which is 935, sorry. I'm going to make sure this is very sharp. I actually might buy a new one of this black. It's pretty low. Tempted to go to an art store and just go pick one up. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for areas that look grainy, and I'm just filling in with like this black, just doing some black strokes. Remember to rotate your pencil so you're not making it too blunt. Ugh. Look at that. Oh my gosh, this rat looks disgusting and feral. So disgusting. It's a good thing. It means I've done a good job. Alright, I'm gonna get some pink. This is Deco Pink, and I'm just going to do the nose, and the ears, and the tail. And the paws. I'm going to go in with Hot Pink, which is 993. Let's create some shadow. Let's zoom out. Oh, that rat looks disgusting in a good way. Oh, all right, let's finish up. Okay, we'll do these. All right, so I'm going in with light, with grey green light, even colour. Okay, I'm going to go in with slate grey. Here you just want to do some shadows first. I'm going to do some lines on the side of the tree. I'm going to go in with some greens. This green is called marine green, which is 988. Just going to lightly blend it in.
Going in with some moss green. Just gonna blend it down. I'm gonna sharpen my pencil there. I'm going to go with grey green light, and I'm just going to burnish this tree here with slate grey. Then I'm going to go back in with slate grey, create some lines for trees, and here I'm just going to colour it in slate grey completely, and then I'm going to go on top of that with an indigo blue. Okay, and then we're going to go in black. We're going to go in black on those trees, do some lines. I'm going to go in with some Kelly green, which is 1096. Focus on this tree. So with 1096, we're going to colour this tree in this colour. Going in with this slate grey, just going to emphasize then I'm going to burnish that tree with this grey green light. I'm going to go in again with grey green light, which is 289, and we're going to burnish. With this moss green, we're just going to do this tree here.
Going in with slate grey, which is 936. Now we're going to burnish with the grey-green light after I sharpen it. Now I'm going in with some dark colours, which is moss green. I'm just creating some lines for trees. Going in with slate grey and creating some lines too. Zoom out. And there's our piece. I have thoroughly enjoyed this. Let me just sign it. Oh, actually, no, we're not done yet. No. There's some shading I want to do. That is here, over the metallic. And then in the sleeve here. Inside of the dress, bit on this cape, under the hair, just create some contrast. Alright guys, I'm done. I hope you guys have enjoyed. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. And yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this as much as I have. It was very challenging, especially with my little brain block and whatnot, but I got through it and I'm here and I'm quite happy with the piece. I think I'm happy, but I'm not happy about the journey that it took to get here. But look, I got here in the end and I'm quite happy with the outcome. And yeah, so guys, if you liked this or have any questions, comment below, like and subscribe as always. And if you have any requests, please comment below, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!